Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Austin by Starlight. Episode 30. In the last few episodes, our coterie has done some personal errands. They've been checking in on some personal things going on with prospective Senator Pendrum, as he has never been senator, but is looking to get elected. And in following his trail a little bit, finding that there are a number of things that some of the kindred in the city are not all that happy about, especially when it comes to things in the city. Now, whether Pendrum gets elected or does not may have a sway in some of these things. And so Alistair and Ophelia have been talking about plans about how to settle some of the issues that Nosferatu in this city have been going through. Yvette has been keeping an eye on Pendrum herself as things have started to get a little noisy around him, shall we say. And Pax is still deliberating what to do with Barrera. Torpor in the basement, starving, staked. She needs to feed him, and she needs to ask him questions. All of which leads the entire coterie of Pygmalion to be at the coterie house this evening. And I would like you all to make rouse checks for that, as it is a new night. Alright. Looks like everyone is doing fantastic this evening. Not any hungrier than you were. Which can be some of those small victories that we have as kindred. If waking up doesn't cause any extra effort, then the night's off to a good start. And so, the four of you, having come here of your own volition and done some of your daily routine and even done some personal deliberating, that brings you all to the house at some point or another all together. So, Pygmalion, what do you do?
I start the evening as usual. I go through my resources, make sure all business arrangements are completed, continue with responding to work and giving real estate and proprietors notifications back regarding the property listings that they needed me to arrange and manage for them. As I'm going through these emails, at one point, I happen to come across something unusual. It looks like I have a email regarding a recent donation to a charity organization, one for women's shelters and shelters for those who have been through complicated trafficking ordeals. I'm confused. And it's no small sum of money either. There's actually a receipt notice of, what's it, $5,000. And I'm not quite sure where that came from because I myself have never afforded such a donation just yet. In fact, that's very distinctly been a concern of mine.
Not such a large quantity at once, at least.
Yes. I try and consider where this might have come from, but at the moment it's left me mildly paranoid. I was just talking about this with Mr. Knight, with Miss Jewel, and with Miss Yvette. Would I make a ponder? I'm going to suppose that this came from Mademoiselle Lacroix. Mademoiselle Yvette. The nobility of the Ventrue, as it were. I ponder on it for a moment, mostly in mild awe, so to speak. It's a kind gesture. One that is sympathetic, if not to myself, then to, I suppose, the cause. And ultimately, where I stand on it is, I think this can be taken. I think this can be used. And I think I want to continue to try and present any sort of power or movement in the ways that Mr. Knight has suggested. I think I would want to afford reparations in the process of performing the necessities that we will require in the coming nights. I do not want something such as... I do not want something as barbaric as a trafficking program without being able to offer the opportunity of helping others, of uplifting those that we harm, ultimately. And I suppose this is also a process of grooming, in a sense. It's troubling, but...
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
perhaps it will be useful for Mademoiselle Yvette as well. If only as a thank you. Beyond that. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say Alistair would go about his normal routine. I would just, check over, see if anything is needed from me from the university for the early evening. If I have any dates with any of the for any kind of meetings with any of my students. And barring that, I would go and meet with Pax to see if Pax needs anything and check on the status of our friend.
Max, you happen to be checking out the status of your friend as well. You're probably staring over him in the basement, looking at him hungrily, maybe, in some respect.
There is a lot of question rolling through my mind at this point. From everything that happened to Julian, all the information that he threw at me about this woman, Rosa, same name as my mother. She looked like me, and then she disappeared. And he was just glad that I didn't end up going the same way. But it's too early to judge that. On top of that, my usual routine is disrupted, as I'd normally get in contact with Boss Hernandez, and it is becoming more and more difficult with every night to not go back.
To not call him and say, I'm sorry.
But I can't help but remember his affirmation that I am nothing. And that's what keeps me here. It's what keeps me away from him.
Oh, but wouldn't it be so much easier to be his nothing?
His nothing would mean an end. And for my own sake, I need to remain at a distance.
And as the nights go by, the yearning, the need, regardless of how hungry you are, the need to be in his presence grows stronger and stronger. It's like you have to have his presence.
I need some insurance, is what I need. Some insurance to stop me from returning to his side.
You want his validation.
Maybe if I got that insurance, he could see me as a little more than just nothing. But for now, I need to focus on Barrera. Getting him fed, at least enough to be able to unstake him and question him without him going absolutely apeshit on me is important, to say the least.
At least with a stake in his heart, he won't be able to rip you to shreds, as you're
But
very aware he can do.
with the stake in his heart, he can't answer. Catch.
Well, one thing leads to another.
Figure something out.
About now, would I be making my way down the stairs looking for Pax, checking the rest of the house first?
Yeah, you've found the trapdoor leading down to this makeshift basement has been opened, and with as a it went open left open as a precaution, just in case something were to go vehemently wrong with Barrera. Because if you get too close, Pax, you fear that he might frenzy on you and simply bite at your ankles and suck you dry from there.
That would not be good.
Frenzy makes you do weird things.
It really does. Been there more than once.
Especially given that he's little more than a torso at the moment.
Well, the lack of arms and legs was unnecessary.
But yes, Alistair, you do see that the trapdoor is open leading down into the makeshift basement, and you do see that Pax is kind of staring and pondering.
I'll kind of approach and knock on the wall.
What can I do for you?
I'm just checking in, seeing how you're doing this evening, if you need anything.
Think I'm good. For now, anyway.
Okay. I didn't know how hungry anybody would be down here, so. How is our friend?
He's existing.
What are your plans with him, if I may ask?
I have some more questions to ask him.
Okay.
Yvette said that if I lose my shit on him again, she's just gonna let me go. She's not gonna try and stop me.
Hmm. If you wish, I can question him. I can be detached.
My questions are of a personal nature.
Ah, I won't interfere. But before, if things go well, there is something I would like to try that we discussed.
You're talking about the access to the Hecata blood.
Yeah, I know it's a bad idea, but I still think it's worth a shot, especially with everything that we're going to be dealing.
Still don't think it's worth it. What do you mean with everything that we're gonna be doing?
Well, we've been dealing with the supernatural more and more. We're not
And you
exactly
think
on good terms with the Hakata to ask them for aid if we need their skill set.
we need the Hecata.
This is me trying to cut them out of the equation and simplify it.
By taking in their blood.
Yes.
I'm still not on board.
Mm.
Because if anybody deserves that, it's you, Pax.
Well,
Let me deal with him first.
yes, of course. I would not take the agency away. You have a very large stake in this, and what I was trying to do is trivial in comparison.
Well, as much as I hate to admit it, he is still family.
Can't choose family. Well, actually, you can choose family,
You've made many
Apparently.
of
but you
those
can't
choices
help it.
yourself, Alistair. Your father's no longer family. He wasn't family for a long time.
He didn't deserve it. He didn't deserve half of what he had. As much as I regret what happened,
You don't regret it. Not hardly.
maybe
People
not
die.
truly.
Oh well.
At least they're safe from him. I haven't helped anybody else. Friend. But if you are in no need of me tonight, I have an errand that I must try to run.
Keep in touch, yeah?
Yes, if you need anything, I'm only a phone call away.
I'll keep that in mind.
And I'll go up and looking for Miss Lugosi.
She seems to have arrived and is present in the front room of the coterie house.
Just
Ah,
barely getting adjusted.
It is good to see you again, Miss Lugosi.
Ah, Mr. Knights. It's good to see you again, too.
How are you doing this fine evening?
Quite all right. Probably in a better mood than usual. Some good things happened, and, well, just some good things have happened.
Well, we take those small wins when we can.
Certainly. I do have to ask. As I have stated, I am at your disposal. Though, I'm curious to know what your intentions are for the evening.
I think I'm going to try to solve the short-term need for them. What I'm thinking is we need to set up something that is a little less problematic.
Problematic. I mean,
Yeah.
certainly feeding on animals on the constant is, I can't say that it is the most savory, but I wouldn't necessarily say it is problematic, not comparatively.
Well, what I mean is thinking about how the circulatory system ran. They are able to draw from a much wider area than we have been over. If we were to try to do the same thing on a scale within just our domain, I think it would cause too many red flags. So, we need to figure out a way that we can set up a regular supply without, with minimal people going missing. Do you have any ideas?
I certainly do. Tell me, within the city of Austin, as it is a larger city, one of close to, is Austin the capital of Texas? Out
It
of
is,
character.
yes.
Okay.
It's not the
That's
biggest city.
creepy.
It's not the biggest city, but it is the capital.
One dot intelligence person playing a 3 dot intelligence character.
Gee, that doesn't sound familiar at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
I do believe that within the city of Austin, as the capital, there is a bit of a population of individuals who are of a need. And traditionally, I understand that people who are needing are pliable, amicable, easy to work with, easy to condition. I have two thoughts with this. The first thought is that if we were to set up a charity household, so to speak, then not only would it be easy to circulate and groom a very acquired nature of flavors, tastes, and people, but along with that, we would have the opportunity to improve the prosperity of certain disenfranchised groups and populations. I
That could
don't.
be. Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
No, it's all right. I just wanted to mention that I don't feel comfortable just stealing people off the streets. Realistically, I want to give people a chance. And with that chance, it also helps us protect the nature of the masquerade. No one's going to question or argue a charity shelter. We're doing a
Well,
good thing. And realistically, it can be a good thing. There is always a consequence to our actions, of course. There will always be consequences to our actions.
yes.
But I see no reason why we should browbeat and use barbaric tactics in that nature when so many are able to do so without cruelty. Overt cruelty.
I might have a way to funnel people into it.
What
They
are
are
your thoughts?
always. Some of the local detention centers are always looking for people to teach. I could maybe get some of the. We could rehabilitate the delinquent youth. That might be
Del-
another avenue. Or
delinquent youth, as in children?
not not to that. No, that would be.
Okay.
I may be able to think the ends justify the means. I'm thinking more of young adults that are aging out of the program and need guidance. Keep them from a cycle of reoffending, if we can.
I would have to agree. Stop a cycle before it begins. I can support this idea, and it would be simple enough for me to acquire the means to set up the foundations of which. I can get that resolved tonight.
I will work on the short term solution for our we promised. It will not be as glamorous, but it will not be the norm.
Very well. I will go ahead then and get started on this project, given Miss Cassetta's sanction. As this would be conducted, are we thinking within this domain?
It would be easier for us to deal with, I think. But that is up to everyone. I I think
And
we
I shall
should.
look.
I think we should set it up in our domain now, thinking about it. Because if we can protect it and nurture it, then it is less open to strikes from people.
Is this, just to follow your word on this, is this in favor of the Nosferatu's access?
Very much. Not for us. We have our own avenue. You have not been to our special place yet. After we are done, I will take you there.
All right. I do want to make a mention that if we are creating this long-term solution for the Nosferatu, then I also have to make the note that we might not want it within the coterie domain. Main reason being is that gives them free access to the domain itself. We would need some sort of sanction from them.
What if we make it on the edge of our domain? A fringe that we can still protect and watch over, but it is not in the heart of everything.
Very well. I will bring the possibilities and brainstorm with the other two as well on this. The other thing that I wanted to bring up is as a long-term solution to the Nosferatu. This is something that we would be building in order to sacrifice to them.
Yes.
I think, and bear with me on this, by nature of her sociability, I would want to give that extension of power to Miss Jewel.
I always meant to bring her in on the ground level. We may have to be public faces to get certain things done, but they should not be without a say. They've been without a say for too long. This relationship I want to build with them, I want it to be mutually beneficial. I do not want to bring them to heel or make them purely indebted. That does not invoke long-lasting bond.
It's merely a matter of acquiring them the blood necessary to feed properly, and with that, gain their own powers, gain their own place and footholds. And then from there, I suppose the only thing that we would necessarily need in extension from that is active working business association.
Should we need... Oh, sorry.
No. Go right ahead, Mr. Knight.
Should we need volunteers or workers, I might be able to tap into some of my contacts at the university. There's no shortage of young people these days that they're always looking to make a difference.
Fair enough. That said, again, whatever this is that we build, however it is, it will fall under a purview of the Nosferatu. It will be granted to them in either scenario.
Yes.
And I have no intentions of holding on to those powers unless I can find a more reasonable solution. But it is as stated, we do not chain them.
No. We may have to stay with the place to keep it running, because I truly think we could actually do some good. But
I could easily arrange the entire organization within favors that that Miss Jewel would be in charge of the grounds. That would be a non-issue, and it could be
Okay.
done so on an anonymous matter. Quite easily.
Who would
A
be the
landlord
public...
spoke.
Who would be the public face dealing with the day-to-day?
Is as needed, or is as not.
I will leave that to you then. Whatever you think, and the others.
Very well. I will go and bring these plans forward to Miss Cassetta and Mademoiselle Yvette, and we will see what the overall consensus is and what further solutions we can come to. Just know that everything shall be resolved tonight, as discussed.
Very well. If you'll excuse me, I need to make a phone call before it gets too late, and then I believe we all have something we need to do.
Certainly. Have you seen the other two, perchance? Are they here tonight?
Mademoiselle Yvette, she should be arriving any moment, and Pax is dealing with some things. If you wish, just listen for them to be moving around. Feel free to browse any of my library if you wish while you wait. Just do not, the back book, the one that the lock on it, that case. Personal.
Most certainly. I do believe I'm still currently in the process of the previous book you gave me, and she will pull it out of her bag, showing that she brought it with her.
Although a
I
personal
hope it's helpful.
journal sounds really fascinating.
It does indeed. But it would not be polite.
Curiosity. A treasure.
They have offered their hospitality. I will not disrespect that. Moving on. Very well, Mr. Knight. I will get to it. I'm wishing you a wonderful rest of your evening. Should you need me, you may contact me quite easily.
Of course.
My cell
The
phone is
same
always
goes.
available.
Yes. As I always say, if anyone needs me, I'm only a phone call away, and I will be there as soon as I am able.
Fantastic.
I would return to my office and make a phone call.
Who are you calling?
My contact to check up on, see how his searches are going.
Remind me again what you're searching for?
A certain item that I PM'd you about.
Oh, right. And we had, I believe,
A couple of successes,
had
and
a
you
few
wanted to make it
successes.
extended.
Yeah. Let me just see if I remember. It has been a hot minute.
I want to say there was 3 successes the last time.
Right. I remember that. I remember that part, but I don't remember what it was for. I am an idiot.
Here you go.
Oh, okay. I think I. Here we go. I found it. Okay. Alright. Yeah, because that is a bit of a tricky find. So yeah. So with that being said, go ahead and roll me a resolve and investigation plus your contact dots. Once more.
Okay. Would I be allowed to blood surge this?
You can blood surge any roll you like.
Okay. I just didn't know if it would, sometimes it doesn't make sense.
No, this is you actively doing something.
Okay.
You are using your contact to do it, more or less, but you are still doing a thing. Ooh.
And if needed, I will willpower those 2 for more to get this done.
I mean, you're sitting on 8 total. Are you wanting to push it to 10?
I'm gonna try. Might as well.
That's up to you, my friend.
I will push it to 10.
And there we go. You are just in luck. He calls you instead of you calling him, he actually calls you in a bit of a in a bit of an excited sort of mood. You've shown him pictures, you've sent him text messages about what it is you're looking for, and he says, Mr. Knight, I have exactly the thing. And it is right within our budget. And it's a perfect find. Needs a little love, but it'll do nicely.
That is excellent, John. I'm glad that we were able to find it in such a timely manner. Thank you. I will have to give you a bonus.
It did come with a caveat, though. Owner says it's cursed.
Well,
I mean, how often do we run across curses in our daily lives, do we? How often?
yes,
How often do we run across these estate sales where everything's cursed?
this is cursed, that is cursed. Well, we will
This
deal with
armoire's cursed. It's got a ghost living in it. This chest of drawers has a squeaky drawer that sounds like the wailing of a woman.
it. Well,
Superstitious nonsense.
maybe we'll get it blessed by a priest and get some of that sage and do, what is it called? Smudging? Or
Smudging is usually for houses.
it can't hurt. At least it'll smell like Thanksgiving.
Never did like the smell of sage.
But, do you have it at the office?
Yes, it's here.
Okay, I'll be by momentarily.
Well, I'll see you soon. Alright.
I would go into my wall safe and take out the appropriate funds of what our budget was, and a little bit extra to throw him for.
What are
the
your total resource dots for yourself?
I have two dots of resources, but I don't think I've spent anything this month.
Okay. That will tie up one resource dot for you.
I figured, but it's worth it.
So you can't spend that resource dot for a month. So you're effectively working for the rest of this month like you only have one dot in resources. You're barely scraping by for your day-to-day life
Yes,
after this purchase, but
it's worth it.
that's what estate sales do. Meanwhile, Yvette, what are you up to? Yvette? Derek?
At this point, Yvette is currently on her way to the coterie house. Probably just pulling up at this point. She reaches over to end up grabbing hold of her case that houses her primary weapon. But then there is a second bag that she pulls out. It is more of a paper bag. Seems to hold some form of solid object in it. And as she ends up doing so, she ends up heading to the door. Heading into the common room of the coterie house, making her presence known.
You would see Ophelia and Alistair, and there is evidence that Pax is around.
Mademoiselle LaCroix.
Monsieur
Or,
Knight.
sorry, Mademoiselle
She just
Yvette.
raises her hand.
Yes, I'm about to run an errand. Will you be available here for, say, the next half hour, 45 minutes?
If that is what is required, then I will be of assistance at your disposal, Monsieur Knight.
Unless you would like to ride with me, it is up to you.
She looks at her. If she may glance at the paper bag that she ends up carrying, and then looks back to Alastair. I move at your convenience, monsieur.
I can drop you off wherever you need to be afterwards, but I think you will be interested in what we're going to do.
I am sure I await with bated breath.
I'll be out in the car waiting if while
I
you
will
gather
follow
your
you in
things.
mine.
That would make things even easier.
Mademoiselle, comment ça va?
Good evening, Mademoiselle Yvette. I had something private I wished to discuss with you for just a moment, if you don't mind. I'm so sorry I have to steal you away from Mr. Knight.
By all means, I will wait outside. Have a wonderful evening and good luck in the endeavors.
Of course, Monsieur Knight. I will be out shortly. She takes a moment observing Alastair to remove himself from the room before approaching Ophelia. Qu'est-ce que c'est?
$5,000?
It
Women's
is
shelter.
It is a modest donation.
I have to say, since my embrace, I have seen a wide variety of how kindred conduct themselves. And I wanted to mention that I appreciate the grace and dignity that you hold.
She smiles a bit. It is an attempt to try and end up creating a bridge that I feel is required. Understand it took some time for me to adjust to being within Baron Kane's domain. Were this any other city, we would be trying to kill each other at this moment. However, in Austin, weird as it may be, we find ourselves as unlikely allies. He is my Baron, you his childer, and with you being his childer, your interests become mine in some degree. This is a hope that things are different in America rather than the old world. Because were this Europe, we would not be having such a wonderful civil conversation.
I suppose that is the lighting grace of being here.
How might I be of assistance, Mademoiselle Ophelia?
Mr. Knight and I have been discussing dealings with the Nosferatu, as it has been, as it were.
Such is his
And-
charge.
Yes, he has his own conditions and plans, but he has also asked for my own assistance, which I now extend. Small, trivial matter. I want to give the opportunity for a lasting access to resources to the Nosferatu, one that they can personally take control in regard of, and one that will be replenishable, in a sense.
Interesting choice of words. Take, to capture, to pull and into your own.
This is to help bridge the gap between the Nosferatu and ourselves, but also allow them to find foothold and foundation.
What gap?
I keep hearing some sort of ruffling in the background, and it's making it very hard to hear anything. What?
What gap?
They seem to be at a power imbalance. And while this may be. How do I put it? It may be consequence of their own inaction. I acknowledge that. But if we can suggest that they are of greater power, then say the one who currently takes that power, that they are capable of being the underworld, or at least a shadow in the city that Nosferatu are known to be, then they might be able to take the confidence, further extend their own capacities. I suppose that's the gap. I want to prove that the Nosferatu do have strength again.
Do they wish to prove it?
I know one does.
Then perhaps one would focus on qu'est-ce que c'est? Proof of concept.
That's what I was thinking as well. I wanted to work on extending the offer to Miss Jewel first. And so, for that reason, I thought, though it is terrifying to me to be working off of a human trafficking program, perhaps something that would offer reparations to those same people. A charity shelter. I understand you have a lot of political influences.
I have been known to walk in certain circles that are unique to myself. Oui.
It feels like you have a butt in there.
No.
No.
I am at the disposal of the coterie. And so I will abide as such. That is the agreement. If it were otherwise, then I would have to end up saying I would be fearful.
And why, pray tell, is that?
You have been amongst anarchs your entire existence, oui?
This is correct.
You have never seen the inside of the ivory tower?
I know precisely what Baron Kane has informed me of it.
And yet Baron Kane's view is that of the outside of it. As I said, it wouldn't. If this were any place else, we would be at odds. Here, we are strange allies. But pour moi, all the way back to Sebastian Lacroix, I have been a childer whose lineage can be traced back to several princes from North America throughout Europe, if you would believe, in Africa and in Asia as well. To become prince is a commonality of my line.
As I have heard, the Ventru are the kind to rule.
And I have seen what that rulership does. So, how does one whose preoccupation, whose own existence, would end up making them rule of those around them, exist in anarchs?
I suppose it is to be on a level of equality. Or, I suppose in this case, in what you have mentioned, to be at the disposal of, to be of service.
When, if at some point in time, you end up asking me what to do, when that is what you ask, I wish for you to truly understand what it is you are asking of me. And know that when it is asked, there is no return. There cannot be. Even in mortal times, in the mortal world, the story of Caesar remains. And that is a truth. That is a reality that I must abide. The moment you end up asking of me to end up leading you, then most certainly that means that you will also have to destroy me. And it will be in my best interest to make sure that that is impossible. You see the conundrum?
I do. And maybe it's a tad presumptuous of me, but is this perhaps why you go by Mademoiselle Yvette instead of Mademoiselle Lacroix now?
The reason for it is an internal matter of the Ventru, one we do not discuss with outsiders openly. I will continue to be respectful of the bounds you have placed. I will continue to be of service, but I rarely bring anything personal to the coterie. Maybe for a brief moment you can hear a slight crumpling of paper as she grips hold of that paper bag in her other hand.
Ophelia, just hearing that, quietly nods, closes her eyes for a moment. Heard and respected, Mademoiselle Yvette.
What would you have me do?
I want, and what I think would be admirable in this sense, and perhaps even allow for gaining traction in the political realm, is if a politician of your choice, one that would benefit Baron Kane, so to speak, were to be the face of a charity organization that ultimately would be used to benefit one Miss Jewel.
Would we be able to use such to be able to perhaps pauses and thinks about it? Like she's answering a question she hasn't fully formulated. You get me the name of the organization and the location, and I will supply you all that you need.
It will be done tonight. It is most appreciated, Mademoiselle Yvette.
You well? I must go and see to Monsieur Knight at this moment. I look forward to hearing of your success, Mademoiselle Lugosi of Clan Zemisi.
Most appreciated. I wish for you to have a most pleasant evening, as best you can.
Of course. She takes a step back and turns. Starts to walk out the door and pauses for a moment, turning back to Ophelia. For what it is worth, as a first impression, you do your sire proud.
Thank you.
I only hope you can maintain it. She continues to walk out to get into a car and follow Monsieur Knight to his request, placing her case back into the back seat as is required, and the paper bag in the passenger seat.
All right. Leaving Ophelia at the coterie house with Pax around for the moment till she goes out and does something else.
Admittedly, Ophelia does not know the secret passage, and last time I checked, Pax is still down there.
Well, as far as I'm aware, the secret passage is wide open.
Yep.
And it's
Trapdoor
like
is
kitchen,
open
so,
in the kitchen.
Oh.
if she just walks in there, she's like, oh.
All right, well, if that's the case, Ophelia is just going to look at it, estranged for a moment, and walk down. There is a hint of curiosity.
There's always a hint of curiosity with this one.
And no one told me I couldn't go down there.
What you do find is a pondering Pax and a corpse
Miss Casetta. What a, I would ask what is transpiring here, but I get the feeling that it is best left to your own devices.
I take the door was left open when Alistair went back upstairs.
It was indeed.
Fair enough. Well, you might as well know what's happened.
A man? Mortal or kindred?
Kendra. His name is Mario Barrera. Haircut.
Oh.
Oh,
Well,
I had. I would have thought you had press to add to that.
I mean, it definitely leaves a concern. As it stands, tensions are already rather extenuated. But I suppose since you yourself are also of the Hekata.
I
then this
told
is
you I fell out of favor, didn't I?
or fell out of favor wasn't necessarily communicated as lost and forgotten. In fact,
Yeah.
last time I checked, they tend to be more violent about those matters.
Well, I fell out of favor with Boss Hernandez.
I'm
Dear
sorry.
Mario here decided he was gonna try to put a bullet through one of our heads. Of course, this was on Boss Hernandez's orders.
I see. Well. I'm not sure what the proper response is to that, so I guess I would have to ask what it is you want to do with this.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'd rather not kill him. Still got things to ask him, and well, he's still. Family is an important concept to me. And despite everything, he's still family.
Good and bad alike.
Sorry?
Still family, good and bad alike. Still family. I understand
Yeah.
that. Well, I I am not the most equipped for interrogations. Not like this, or this condition. I'm usually seated together with the individual in a face-to-face discussion.
Me
If it
too,
gets...
but we really don't have the means for that at this point.
No, doesn't seem like it. But I'm here now. Is there anything you would have me do?
Not at the present point. Did you have something to ask me? You didn't come down here for no reason, I'm sure.
Huh. I came down here to investigate, but I didn't realize you would be here. But I'm glad I found you. Yes, I did need to speak with you.
Speak away.
Mr. Knight and I have been working together to bring the Nosferatu back into prominence. As such, I've come to the conclusion that I wish to create a lasting solution for access to blood for a one Miss Jewel. I will be devising a charity organization for this purpose, because, quite simply, I am not as equipped for brutality as Mr. Knight. Simply
Interesting.
stealing people off the streets is not something I'm skilled at.
Stealing people off the streets. What?
That was the initial suggestion. You can
Good
understand
Lord.
my apprehension.
Can't say that I would have been too fussed if you had have agreed to it.
That said, instead, I will be looking towards a method of reparations. And with this, I will be finding a charity organization. And Mademoiselle Yvette will be joining us in this condition to help pull a political play and allow for there to be a human face to this. And the
So what's the
Nosferatu...
charity?
I'm about to find it, but the main thing I wanted to check in with you about is regarding whether or not the conditions of which this charity will be found, whether it is within the coteries domain or outside of it. The reason I ask this is it would give Miss Jewel free reign to the domain if we were to have it within.
I have several questions.
Ask away.
First being, what's the charity? What's it doing?
A shelter for disenfranchised groups. Most likely for, as Mr. Knight suggested, it might be for youth groups who are trying to find their way out of the circulation of a prison system. Detention. Probation.
Second question. What are you and Baron Kane and us getting out of this deal?
The goal, for me, is to bring the Nosferatu into a sense of prominence. Thus far, only one Nosferatu has mentioned wanting to re-establish foundation and strength to their clan. This is Miss Jewel.
They want to establish strength to their clan, but what does that do for us?
It allows Mr.
There's
Knight
no
and yourself
no
and the coder. Go ahead.
there's no guarantee there that they're gonna service us.
You were correct, but it would create a sort of bridging of the gap for ongoing future dealings, be able to get some of the best informants within any city is always a positive thing, in a sense.
And you think the Nosferatu are just gonna take it as a gift? They're gonna be looking for some kind of caveat behind it.
Of course.
So give them one. Next question is, you're talking about kids coming out of the prison system, yeah?
Mr. Knight said kids coming out of the prison system. I'm still interested in finding what options there are.
Make it twofold. Help the Nosferatu and cripple Boss Hernandez. Focus it on helping those in the sex trade. Those that he's bringing into the city.
This can be done.
He uses it for blood. If he ain't got blood, he ain't got power.
Understood.
Yeah.
Maybe Maybe it's a bit too direct of a question. You do not have to answer it, but you wish to cripple Don Hernandez personally?
I'm just looking for a way out. That's all.
I understand, Miss Casetta. I support the decisions that you make. I'm here to help. There was a third topic. Did we go over that? Yes? No?
You know what? Honestly, I can't remember. My mind's a bit fried at the moment.
Okay. The caveat is that this shelter will be found within this domain. Miss Jewel will have to answer to the coterie. Is that acceptable?
I think that what she has to answer to us, it stops her from going off and doing things on her own. She might see it as a leash, but better the devil you know. Less evil and all that.
Acceptable. I will have it arranged.
Good. Yeah.
Ophelia just looks down at Mario again. And you can see there's just like this look of just confusion, maybe a little bit of dread about what is going to transpire here. But she returns her gaze to you, gives a polite smirk. Then I will
Ophelia,
Yes.
don't pity him. Don't pity him. He's done worse things than you could imagine.
It's not pity I feel. I suppose
Good.
I have concern for a future that I've yet to foresee.
Don't worry about the future. Both Deja and I have that under wraps.
I'll have to trust you on that. And I will be taking a leave for the moment. I have some duties to attend to and some work to complete. Thank you for your time, Miss Casetta.
Thank you. And Ophelia, keep this quiet, please.
My lips are sealed.
We'll hold you to it.
I am Samitsi, after all.
And we're all kindred.
And, Ophelia will go ahead and make her way out to her car, and when she gets there, she just kind of melts entirely. Oh my god. This is so much worse than I could have ever anticipated.
Bunch of whack jobs.
I'm running on a very, very strict schedule now. I thought it was just I didn't realize that weapons have already been brought into it. I didn't realize that there are kindred already going down. And now I do.
And lives will continue to be lost. But that's fine.
It's not fine.
More room to spread our wings.
It's not fine. I need to reconcile and make sure that this doesn't get out of hand.
It's already out of hand. Why not just take advantage of it?
No. I have to make sure. I won't shame Baron Kane like that.
But he doesn't matter. He's the same kind of devil.
I won't shame Mother like that. She deserves a better daughter, not a monster.
You're the devil.
Trying not to be. And Ophelia will turn on her car at that point. She will head out on her way to do some investigation. She's out to find charity or service, an organization, one that already exists, and to reform it. To do so, she'll get a hold of the one in charge. Just take something that already exists and make it hers.
To put her own soul at ease for the atrocities of others that she's turning a blind eye to.
I'm not.
Embrace the monster.
Okay, coffee.
All right.
What rolls do I need to make?
To find an appropriate charity. You know the names of several places. It's just a matter of getting in touch with someone who might be able to grant you your wish. So, that is a little bit of bureaucratic diplomacy. So this is going to be a resolve and subterfuge.
Resolve and subterfuge. I am curious to know if I can use one of my backgrounds to help me out a bit.
Okay, what background are you taking?
Would it be possible to use my fame among landowners for this? Per the property rights dispute case, or no?
I don't think that would be directly applicable.
Actually, just kidding. I actually found one. I have 1 dot of influence in political.
You do have political. Okay.
I forgot about that.
Which does mean that you are capable of spinning it in a very politically advantageous light.
Okay.
So it will be viewed as such, as it's going to be seen as a politician of your choice, that they're contributing to this, that you're passing yourself off as someone who is influential in that particular politician's circles, and thus can manipulate their money. This is how you're spinning it.
I only know one politician, so unfortunately I'm gonna have to name drop Pendrum.
Mm-hmm.
So you said subterfuge and what?
And resolve.
Resolve, okay.
Because this is going to take time to do, and you're lying.
And do I get a +1 to modifiers for the political influence?
Yes, for the influence.
Done. Set. Let's see. Can I re-roll 3 of those failed dice?
Yes, you may. Just be conscientious of your natural inclinations.
My proclivities.
Yes.
Oh.
Thankfully, avoid it.
Look at all those dice! Alright.
Thankfully avoided. 5 successes.
Yeah!
So, by name dropping Pendrum specifically, you're able to find, based on his own public philanthropy, the charities that he's benefacted. And you contact one of these charities, a women's shelter for those escaping abusive relationships. As you had wanted. It's not what Mr. Knight had wanted, but it's what you had wanted. You contact this shelter on behalf of Mr. Pendrum, and with a little bit of fudging, pretend that you're making a donation in their favor. They're very thankful. And what is it you intend to do with that little nugget?
With this small amount, I'd like to extend the opportunity to continue working forward with this charity services. 1, to help work on a sponsorship program so that we can start bringing in others who would be in need, so to speak. And along with this, I want to take the opportunity to see if I can put, or at least meet with the proprietor of this organization.
They are on a tight schedule. So that's going to be a manipulation persuasion on your part. And the degree of success is how soon you'll be able to speak with them.
Very well. What are we looking at here? That is 3 successes.
They would be able to meet you within 2 weeks. They are very busy.
Certainly quite some time.
You can re-roll to see if you can get it any sooner.
Reroll 2 dice. I could see. I'll go for it. Sure, why not? That's 4 successes.
Within 1 week.
I'll take it.
All right.
My goal for you, as to an ST notes, is I'm going to make the proprietor my retainer.
Okay.
That is the current setup, but as it stands, they're to be under the agreement that I will be facilitating and the senator will be facilitating sponsorships. Ultimately
Continued
help.
philanthropy.
Yes.
Making fake checks in Mr. Pendrum's name.
That is correct. And with that, I go ahead and we'll be updating Mademoiselle Yvette on the details.
All right. It will take a little bit of time for them to become your retainer, because obviously you have to beat them first. But you're on the road.
It is indeed.
It does take up the majority of the rest of your night. So let's bounce over to Alistair and Yvette. Alistair, You're taking Yvette out to a little shop that you know.
Yes. And then to meet with an associate.
All right. And you said that this associate, his name is John.
I just made that up, if that's okay.
Fine by me.
Okay.
Obviously, he's brought the merchandise, and it is as beautiful as you'd hoped. So when you get back to your shop, it is there in a case. Alfred's kind of looking over it for a moment, a little bit awestruck.
Yeah. As we walk in, or as I walk in, I would probably wrap it up and say, "Thank you, Alfred. I have plans for this."
Oh, that's a fantastic piece. Oh my goodness.
Yes. It is a thank you to someone that I owe quite the debt.
Well, I hope they appreciate what it is.
Do we still have some of the velvet in the back that I could wrap this up?
Yes, but I don't think that that's going to be enough for that.
Hmm. Oh
That is
well.
quite large.
Oh well. You said it came in a case.
Yeah, it has its own case.
Okay, then I'll shut the case up. Well, this will just have to do then. I wanted to wrap it up as a sort of present. I don't know anybody that could open that has an appreciation for it. Would not be happy.
Hmm. Hope they like it. I certainly
Yeah.
do.
I'll close up and get some sleep, old man.
You're here after hours. God knows
I'm-
how long. You should go home and get some rest.
I am young and virile. I can handle these things.
He says as he looks like he's 27 when he's really 23. The age is catching up to you, boy.
I'm just going to get a smirk on my face. I know.
You're gonna look older than you are in the near future. I should know.
Don't work
I was
too
once
hard.
young and virile myself.
Ah,
Don't forget to
thank
lock up.
you. I won't, my friend. Have a good night.
I don't need these books walking out the door.
As long as someone pays for them, they can walk wherever they want.
You know what I meant.
Yes. And I would follow him out, locking up,
Mm-hmm.
and walk over to meet Yvette.
Who is pulling up in her own car.
Yvette ends up coming out of the vehicle. You can see that her stance is on guard. Very much showcasing her on duty as she keeps an eye out for anything that may be of a complication to this delivery or whatever it is that Monsieur Knight is currently doing. As no one has actually informed Yvette as to what is transpiring. She just presumes that it is important to gain the assistance of the Nosferatu.
Yeah, Miss Mademoiselle Yvette. I'm glad you accompanied me. I have something that I want you to look after. And he will present her with a case.
She takes a moment to place her own near or the paper bag in the opposing hand upon the hood of her car before grabbing hold of it. It
This
shall
is-
be in good hands.
Please, I wish you to inspect the contents.
Ici?
Yes. I would not want you to overlook what is this.
She places the case down on the hood of her car, unlocking or opening up the latches, and opens it up carefully to not let too many eyes see. She's unsure as to the brazenness of it, but she takes a look at it.
And what did she find in the case, Alistair?
I imagine he wasn't able to procure exactly what she had, but I think he would find a 19th century French naval saber. It's a little less curved, a little more of an ornate handle, with a heavy guard on it.
Oh.
It's beautiful, you bet.
She looks over it. Now, would I be correct in presuming that this is more akin to a dress saber?
Here, let me, I will post a picture of what I was thinking.
You kind of also run your fingers across the blade a little bit to test it, Yvette, and it is sharp.
It is old, probably, well, it was 19th century, so 1800-ish, naval saber, little less curved, like I said, beefy handle, ornate guard that, well, could be quite easily used to punch someone in the face. But,
It could use a little love to get rid of some of the tarnish, but it's functional.
Yvette takes a moment to appreciate it. She remembers when she would end up practicing. She was Jacques' training dummy for several years. He was very insistent on maintaining his form. Perhaps it was a simple attachment to his lineage. There was a time, after all. He was of Sebastian Lacroix's lineage, who served in the Napoleonic era. So when she looks upon this, to end up seeing that a point of the history of France placed in their hand. For a brief moment when she holds it, she's home. She offers a small smile, and then places it in the case and closes it. I will be sure to see it come to no harm, Monsieur Knight.
I can only hope it is useful. The one caveat that I found, the person that we acquired it from said that it could possibly have some kind of spiritual significance that we might have to look into. Frankly, years ago I would have scoffed at that, dealing in antiques, but given some of our most recent endeavors, it might be good to heed the warning. But I hope it is useful.
She lowers her head in a soft bow. Of course, monsieur. As you wish. She places it in her gun case in the rear of her car before grabbing hold of the paper bag and placing it in the driver's seat. Monsieur Knight, I appreciate the gesture, and I will remember it fondly. I only hope that you continue on with your promise.
That is what I am going to try to fulfill for the rest of the night.
How might I be of assistance?
I am looking to solve the short term for the Nosferatu. I was thinking of, well, the easiest way I could think of going to 8th Street and with a party bus and picking up some people that are very much under the influence.
If
But
that is how you wish to end up conducting yourself.
it is the only idea that I could come up with. I may be smart, but it becomes that's only in mannerism. In other ways, I am uneducated. Being around you all has enlightened me to some of the areas of my life that I am very ignorant in.
Tell me, from here, do you know of the closest way to end up with finding the Nosferatu? Where it is that they wander? At this exact moment, are you even sure you're not already being observed by them?
No, I am not. I do not know how far their reach goes and how
Less than
they
they
are.
would hope, more than they would inform. That is their way. And it shows a degree of intelligence. At this moment, I earlier said to Ophelia to showcase a proof of concept. How are you able to feed an entire clan of kindred? You do so slowly. Develop. Offer what you can. But understand the thing that hinders them the most is Hernandez himself. His organization pushes them out.
Yes. That is why I'm.
So,
Oh, my apologies.
no. Finish your thought.
That is one of the reasons I wanted to establish this and give them a base of power so that we could come to terms and perhaps ally against Ternan.
I find it amusing that at this point we have not retaliated to the Don. That seemed to
Yes,
be the way that you have approached problems before. I would have presumed that you have already planned to end up striking back at him.
if I were more of a combat ready, I would have thought of some way to do that. The only thing I can think of is to start cutting off his avenues of his interests. And that is, for one, why I wanted to work for with the Nosferatu. But we were also, me and Miss Ophelia, We're talking about maybe using them to help also raid some of his human trafficking site. Take away some of his supply.
It is your decision to make. All I could do is give you the opportunity. It is upon you to end up showing to me that it was not a wasted effort. I will support as you see fit. But if you wish my counsel...
This is exactly what I wish. You would come to me with a history question. I believe I come to you with a question of war.
This is a conversation to have in closed doors. She closes the case. Or she already put that away. She steps into her car.
I'll go over to the passenger seat and enter.
She begins to drive slowly. First, as soon as Alistair tries to seat, she grabs hold of the paper bag in the passenger seat and places it firmly on her lap. Keeping one hand upon it as she begins to drive. She doesn't go far, she just starts to drive around the area, always within walking distance of his own vehicle.
Just kind of circling the block.
What are you thinking, mademoiselle? How can I help you this evening?
She pats the bag in her lap for a moment while in thought. Monsieur, as of right now, if you knew how to hit the Don, how would he retort? And how would you be forced to retort in kind? Follow the chain, and I ask you, what happens even if masquerade was not a consideration?
It would eventually escalate into one side, or both crippling each other or killing off. Whoever gets the most advantageous position would probably end up winning.
Can you win as you are now?
I do not believe we have the advantageous position. He has the manpower and the infrastructure ahead of us.
Bro? You are trying to end up fighting an opponent whose position at this point is unassailable, who has the manpower and the finance and the logistics and ties to end up being able to make things incredibly uncomfortable for the lot of us. And your intent is to end up bringing about those who he has buried, quite literally. So you must end up approaching this from a way that makes you unassailable. The game of politics is not something that is won in a night, especially with kindred. It is something that is done slowly and with great thought. You are trying to play chess, but kindred do not play chess. They play a much older game. It's more akin to Go. The seizing of territory. It is the creating of bounds. It is pushing the envelope without breaking it. It is being able to move in without moving in. The ability to change the weather on a whim, and yet no one knowing such is the case. It is degrees of separation. When he moves forward, you contract. When he contracts, you move forward. It is a dance as old as time. If you truly wish to go to war with him, you need soldiers. You need to remove at all times his capability to respond, to make his every action inconceivable. Now you are asking, how do you do this? With great care. The dawn has taken the underworld, so you must end up in kind finding something that he does not control, in a place that can push him. When I made my suggestion, if you remember it, I suggested that you look into the juvenile delinquent of America. It offers you a chance to find stock and soldiers and sharp minds who have simply been led astray. It allows you to be a portion of their life and to find that there is a truth for the Camarilla, if I dare speak it. The Camarilla believe themselves to be shepherds of humanity. In truth, they know one thing. Their power does not come from the blood. Their power comes from humanity. The kind. He may slaughter them. He may trade them. He may butcher them. But our dance is theirs. They are the field of which we fight upon. They are the land. They are the eyes, the witnesses, cheering fans in the Roman Colosseum. For one such as the Don, his power is in of kind, in drugs and human trafficking and murder, but it is all in kind. Make him too fearful, or make him angry and reckless. But then remind yourself that he is in a city with two barons, one which he neighbors, and who he has tried to undermine, and one who views Don Hernandez as weak, as small, no challenge, an adversary not worth responding to. He is in bed with the cartel, and yet he does not own the cartel. They make demands upon his person to deliver. His trafficking have to pull from somewhere. And yet, if that were to dry up, that would be difficult. And you just do as you do. Allow your creation, your work upon the world, to simply exist, and it itself becomes your power. For now you control the field. This is war. And in war, those with the most guns, those with the most weapons, those with the most people willing to fight, those who keep themselves supplied, are the ones who win. War is not a matter of right and wrong anymore. It is an atrocity we visit upon each other. And it is politique by any other means. No different. So, with that in mind, I would be very hesitant to go to war. If it is what you wish, then I will show you how to conduct it proper.
I think that conflict will be inevitable with the way that we are going.
It is inevitable, and at this exact moment, is one that we would lose.
Yes.
So it is upon us to delay it until that is no longer the case. You are a avid reader. Sun Tzu would suggest that the excellence of combat is not to be a master tactician. It is to have already won before the first sword was drawn.
Mm-hmm. I will heed your this. I think I will try to get us set something up, like you said. I will start work on that tomorrow evening.
Good. It allows me to end up carrying forward my own plans. She kind of almost pats the the paper bag in her lap as she drives up to the vehicle of Monsieur Knight to allow him to exit out with good grace.
Be safe tonight. I'll see you later. If you need anything, just call.
Be well, Monsieur Knight.
He'll give a small bow and get into his own car.
Yvette will follow him to the Coterie Haven.
Oh no, he is not going to the Coterie Haven.
Then she will end up going towards the Coterie Haven.
All right. Well, I think that is where we are going to take a brief break. And when we come back, we'll find out what Pax has to say to Mario Barrera. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to episode 30 of Austin by Starlight. We rejoin Pax, as she is now alone in the Coterie house, save for her incapacitated, half-mutilated Hikata cousin, as it were, Mario Barrera. Still deliberating whether or not she wants to actually feed him or feed herself with him. You've been deliberating for quite some time, Pax. Back and forth, this way and that way, trying to determine how best to go about this. You were thinking bagged blood. Bagged blood should be easy to find, should be easy to procure if you have the right contacts. But what if that gets back to the boss? Hunting is always a viable option, but that means somebody might die. Especially with a half-starved, well, fully starved, shriveled, and potentially frenzying individual who might come springing back to life just to take a bite. And so long as that steak is there, he's not going anywhere. So, what do you do?
She's made a decision. Thinking about everything that Yvette said and everything that they're planning. Ophelia popping in on her gave her more to think about. Even Alistair popping in gave her more to think about. She's craving the blood so bad.
Oh, that would taste just like the boss, wouldn't it?
She thinks it over for a second. And she goes and she digs out some heavy chains from the back of a vehicle. She always did keep them for times when the boss needed her to do some questioning off-site. When kindred are in desperate situations, they're unpredictable, and so they need to be chained down.
That's one of the unpredictable ones by nature, not just in that desperation mode. You will know all too well.
Far too well. She takes his body. No arms or legs left attached. At some point they had decided to remove them. I believe it was Alistair's idea. At least with no arms and legs, he wouldn't be running away. At least with arms and legs, she could stand at some kind of distance from him. She ties him up against a supporting post. Does everything she can to stabilize that post and make sure it's not gonna bring the entire household down around their heads when Mario starts inevitably struggling. And when she looks at her work, she's thinking about what she's gonna do.
There's
She
gonna be a
bites
little
into
bit
her.
left.
She bites into her own wrist. something that she's seen done, God, hundreds, maybe thousands of times. Yvette, Alistair, Boss Hernandez himself doing it regularly to feed her. She holds it above Barrera's face, making sure his mouth is open, and lets it drip slowly.
Almost immediately, as soon as that first drop hits his tongue, his eyes shoot open and he struggles against the chains to try and loose himself to be able to reach his neck, whinging his neck out as far as he can to try and take a bite out of your wrist.
Calm down there, pet.
He's just struggling, growling, hissing.
She gives him a dot. She lets it flow, waiting for him to regain some of his faculties.
He's still struggling, hissing.
She'll give him one more, and that's her limit.
Okay. Let's do. Oh well, actually, he has. He is awake. He calms down for the moment. He looks like he could go again at any moment.
You back with us, Barrera? Hungry, huh? Bet you never felt hunger like this before.
You'd be surprised.
Oh, so you have.
Did you really have to go and take my arms and legs?
Couldn't have you running and fighting. You understand.
Oh, and you did remove the stake, right? You did say that, right?
Oh yeah, she
Oh,
would have pulled that in.
I just proceeded as if you had. They should have just put me out to the sun.
I couldn't do that to you.
Yeah, you could.
Nah.
Your packs.
And your family.
Ruthless.
Ruthless.
At best, we're cousins.
Still family.
What do you want?
I have to ask you something.
I don't have to answer you.
You don't. But I don't think it's going to do any harm if you do. Does the name Rosa ring any bells for you?
It's a common name. I know plenty of Rosas.
Maybe one that was at Boss Hernandez's side for a little while. Ring any further bells?
Might have been before my time.
How long you been around?
A while. 30-something, 40-something years? I lose track.
Longer than me. She would have been around just before me.
To be
Maybe
honest,
taking on the pet position.
Boss Hernandez has had a lot of pets.
Yeah, I hear.
I tend to steer clear of that. Ain't any of my business.
How come?
What he does in his free time is his business. I'm not gonna go chasing after every girl he's boinking.
I hear this girl looked a lot like me. Dark hair, maybe a little bit crazy.
Yeah. You kinda have a forgettable face.
Bit like you, huh?
Bit like me.
You know Boss Hernandez wouldn't come after you?
Figured as much.
And you know that if I let you go, he'll do you in just as quick.
So either way, I'm dead.
So what do you got to lose?
Nothing, I guess. Except my dignity. But that's been tossed out the window already.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it?
Yeah, you didn't exactly leave the pants.
It's an interesting sight, isn't it? Man with no legs. Not something I ever seen before. I figured I'd leave at least that much.
So why are you so fixated on one of the boss's old flings?
You know my father, right?
Yeah,
What was the name of his wife?
Rosa.
Interesting, isn't it?
Lots of people are named Rosa. It's pretty
In
common.
such a short time span. In the same place.
And we used to run in Mexico, where there's plenty of Rosas there too. And Rosalindas, and Rositas, and...
Why are you dodging the answer?
I'm not dodging anything.
Ah,
So what?
why are you dodging?
What's the big deal if one of the boss's floozies was named Rosa and your mother's name is Rosa?
Do you know what happened to my mother?
Not a clue.
Well, my father says she died of illness.
Then that's what happened.
I'd never believed that. You know my father. You really fucking think my mother was gonna die of illness before he punched her lights out?
I never seen her hit him. I never seen him hit her.
But she got around with bruises. Black eyes covered with makeup. Scratch marks. Strangulation marks around her neck. Not that easy to miss.
How do you know it wasn't the boss that did that? Assuming you're thinking that she was the one that was at his side.
That's what I want to know. I want to know if it was her. Was it her, Mark? Because, I could get you out of this city. Start a whole new life. And
Talking like you got some kind of power here.
you think I don't?
Who'll help you?
I got friends outside of the family.
Who's gonna help you? Julian?
Like I said, I got friends outside of the family.
Uh-huh. Yeah, the brats that you had running up and down these stairs.
Further than that.
Like who?
Well, that would be telling, wouldn't it?
I ain't got nothing to lose.
If I let you out of here, you might.
You wouldn't even consider that.
Why not?
Because if you're being big boss lady, you'd rather prove a point.
I'd rather not end your existence.
I've seen the way you were looking at me. You think I wasn't conscious for that?
How was
Paralyzed,
I looking at
couldn't move. But I saw the look in your eye.
What look?
That devil's look. That devil's look
Look
about...
we all got.
That look like you want to eat.
But I haven't.
By some miracle. You
A
only
miracle?
ever had a taste for the boss's blood, so you've only ever had a taste for kindred vitae.
So it was common knowledge.
You think nobody knew that?
Thought the boss was trying to keep it a secret. So you know what it does to a kindred when they're fed another kindred's blood, right?
Yep.
And now you're in that same position.
Maybe I
How do you
am.
think I woke you up?
Well, I know exactly how you woke me up. I don't feel any different, though.
Yet.
Yet. When are you going to turn me into some kind of whore?
That'd be fun, wouldn't it? $1 a damn. Come see the legless man. Get your freak on. He can't do nothing about it.
You're sick.
I am what I was made to be.
That was a mistake.
It was. So, am I right?
About Rosa?
Yeah.
How should I fucking know?
I would like to insight him if at all possible.
Go for it.
Insight and what was it?
Wits.
Wit. Oh, I should have used put my interrogation on that.
You can, you can use the roll 20 and add one more.
It didn't work.
Hmm.
Cool.
Seems like he's being truthful.
So you know nothing, huh?
Man, I'm just a grunt. I ain't
Yeah,
anybody
but
special.
a girl. You could have been.
I'm plenty happy where I was, thanks.
You still happy with where you were? Wishing you hadn't climbed a little bit high.
Why would I want that? Means
Because
more
then you wouldn't be here
responsibility.
now.
Means more responsibility. Means more of the damn paperwork. The logistics. The figuring out of shit. I ain't no leader.
That's become evidently clear.
I'm just an everyman trying to make a paycheck.
And I think that was your mistake. Pax stands up and she moves around behind him.
His eyes follow you as you do, but not like he can move very much.
She's going to dip down. She's going to grab him around the pole by his chin, lift his head up, and she's going to sink her fangs into his neck.
Alright. And how much are you taking?
All of it.
Down to the very last drop?
Down to the very last drop.
Alright.
As
So-
she does, she is intricately aware of what she's doing.
So, this is the first time in one of our chronicles that we have had a player character commit diablerie. So, with diablerie, having immobilized your target, having sunk your fangs in, and committing to taking every last bit of his blood, his body, and his soul, please lose 1 point of humanity. And then roll me your humanity, what's left of it, and your blood potency as a modifier.
That's right. She's got blood potency 2.
Yes, she does.
Beautiful. That can't be willpowered, can it?
No, it cannot.
No, I did not.
So, let's see what that means. You won. Every success gives the Diablerist 5 experience points to immediately spend on increasing blood potency or on disciplines known by the victim. Disciplines known by the victim would be Oblivion. Here's also Giovanni line. I don't know all of the disciplines for Hakata. What are all the disciplines for Hakata?
I can pull it up real quick. I have the new players.
have no
I'm not
idea.
going off of the player's guide. I'm going off of Blood Gods.
Oh, Blood Gods? Okay, I can
Yeah.
pull that up too.
Yeah, because we're not playing currently with players.
Oh, I heard
guide.
the bloodline thing, and I thought that was out of the new thing. Sorry.
I'm just gonna Google it. Okay. Okay. So I'm just gonna go off of basics. So Oblivion, Auspex, and Fortitude.
That's a hard choice. What does Oblivion do again?
Oblivion is, I've described the boss's blood is very inky and black and very nothingness.
Yes.
Manipulation of the
That's
void.
the one that I will actually take Oblivion.
The first dot in Oblivion. Okay.
Yes.
You can choose a power when it's convenient for you, but that is now at your disposal.
Yep.
If the victim is a lower generation, the Diablos lower their generation by 1. You are now generation 12. And black veins become visible in your aura. They persist for a year, or if the generation
They already were.
And they persist for a number of years equal to the difference. And so it's going to be about 2 more years that you add on to your blackish aura. And you drink deep and full. You may reduce your hunger to 0. And it's delicious. It's the most beautiful thing. It's the most intimate way that you could know a person. You know all that there is to know about Mario Barrera. Just an everyman. Terrible liar.
You should have tried to climb the chain. But you're with me forever now, Mari. My cousin. You'll sit here with me in the web for the rest of eternity. You'll be there in the back of my mind, helping me with every decision I ever make.
You're stuck with me.
And you with me. My family. You're mine. And soon the boss will be here too. We can be together forever.
And as you say that, what remains of Mario Barrera turns to ash.
She licks her lips and stands feeling tall and feeling strong. And that inkiness flowing through her. Before it was there, but it was just out of reach. And now she can feel it pulsing through her veins, through her very being. They really are family now.
Forever
Will
and
always be
always.
family.
And that thought is interrupted briefly as you hear the front door open. As Yvette is walking through the door now again.
She moves to wrap up the chains, cleaning up after a set.
Yvette, you're walking into the coterie house upstairs. What do? You find that no one else is here in the front room.
Yvette is probably a little bit off kilter. A case in each hand, a steel case in each hand, and in her teeth is a paper bag that she's been carrying around all night. She tries to end up making her way in and places everything on the table quickly, closing the door, showing it's locked. I believe at this point she would end up noticing that the hatch to the basement is still open at this
Yes.
point. Would that be correct?
And Pax's vehicle is still outside.
She carries one of the cases and the paper bag and starts to walk down the stairs. When she comes down to see, I imagine, Pax drenched in the blood of what she would call Femi and his own ashes, she hesitates. Mademoiselle?
Pax looks over at Yvette and smiles. What can I do for you, Yvette?
She takes a moment to collect herself from the sight that she's seen, finishes her descent down the stairs and starts to walk around the remains of Mario, looking down upon it and looking at Mademoiselle Pax.
There's basically nothing left.
Are you alright, Mademoiselle Pax? Or Mademoiselle Cosetta?
I'm just peachy. How about you? Has you not been well?
Productive. Her eyes keep darting back to the ash pile.
It disgusts you, Yvette. Anathema.
Something the matter?
A concern of mine has been realized.
What concern might that be?
I Is this what I've walked upon, exactly what I believe it to be?
What do you believe it to be?
It would appear to be that Mario is gone, and you are bathed in his blood.
That assessment is correct.
Knowing your dietary requirements would lead me to believe that there is a distinct possibility that you had consumed him.
He's somewhere safe now, where no one can touch him. Problem has been taken care of.
If that is your decision.
Seems so unnerved by this prospect, Yvette.
It is one thing to kill. This? Do you even understand what you have just done?
I have absorbed him into my own essence. So yes, I understand. More than you realize. Seeing this disturbs you, then it would disturb you more to know that you've been living with this in this household ever since I arrived. This is not the first.
I have had my suspicions. And one would have hoped that I was able to offer enough for you to end up being satiated.
This had nothing to do with hunger. This was hard. This was love. This was wonderful. I know it's hard to see, especially from the outside. This is a shocking sight to walk in on.
Yvette, that's not love. You know what love is closer than anyone. Love is what Dale shows you.
Yvette tries to calm her mind. Her thoughts from the remains of Mario to what Pax is becoming. Openly saying she has done so before. Not speaking the full truth. That she will do so again. Her grip tightens upon the case in her hand. After a moment, she steps towards Mademoiselle Pax. Mademoiselle Cosetta, I have done all I am capable of doing to have assisted you upon your journey. And yet, this
It's disgusting.
you stand there very proud of your accomplishment. Are you expecting me to berate you or to say it? What?
I expect nothing. If anything, I'm surprised you haven't tried to cut my head off yet. That's the expected course of action.
Oh, and you want to, Yvette.
I do.
But Yvette, I promise you something. You're safe. And you're safe because I allow you to be safe. And with that, Pax walks past her and up the stairs.
So, she looks at the remains of Mario. She thinks back to France, to Paris, to remember the conflict with the ministry, to end up knowing that this was a reality, one that she thought she had left behind. Now she is among it again. She starts to make her way back upstairs, grabs hold of the other case, starts to make her way to the room. She places the cases and opens them upon the reading desk. She pulls out the gift of Alastair. She still imagines hacking Pax to pieces with it. How long has it been since you've tasted the insides of foe, she wonders.
Far too long.
In my hands you will eventually be used, I am sure. She starts to take hold of a knife, starts carving into the foam of her gun case, the one that used to end up housing that French infantry sword that she once had. Trying to make sure it's perfect. She stares at it as it finds its new home. She looks at these weapons of war, these instruments of murder and defense of the soldier. And she sits herself upon the bed. She rests her hands on the bed, leaning back, when she hears a crumpling of paper. Looking at the looking at the bag she's been carrying this whole night. She loses herself in a memory. Something that happened just before she arrived at the coterie house. And she realizes she's left with a choice. Reaching, she grabs the wastebasket underneath the reading desk and pulls it close to her bed. She feels the blood rouse, starts to flow within her. She becomes more hungered. So body becomes flush with life again. She looks at the mirror. A practical small piece to be ready for the day. And looking at that weapon, the FAMAS, the saber, take a moment to brace herself. And cracks open the paper bag, removing its contents swiftly, looking over it. Slices of flesh, all perfectly separated, charred. Another, a strange green substance, almost chunked to odd shapes and sizes, and a single item wrapped in aluminium foil. She pulls it out. It's also burnt. Small biscuit. She opens up to end up seeing the horribly charred ribs, some guacamole, Chris's first meal, first one he ever cooked for her, to wish her a good day at work.
Burnt as it might be, it was made with love.
And he reaches into the container, pulling out a single rib.
He was so proud of himself.
Her fangs come out and she bites into flesh. There's no blood to drink. It's dry, horrible. Becomes ash down her tongue as she starts to violently choke, trying to end up consuming it. Normally she throws these things to the side. But how could she say no? As horrible as this is, her meal is a delicacy compared to what has just been consumed in this house. Yvette is in true fear of her own beast, her own monster. She knows it well. And to see that Pax would end up throwing that on away. And for what? Yvette finds herself not even hiding it at this point. She begins to vomit the remains into the waste pen, purging, feeling her muscles on her abdomen tense and clench in great pain before she begins to consume the next. Trying to hope to end up consuming what little nourishment she could gain. It's not the meal that matters. It's what it means. It's what we do in private that we are ultimately judged. Chris may not be of her blood, but he is her child. And this is more precious to her this night than any Mario.
And I think that is where we are going to conclude for tonight's session. Thank you all very much for playing. You guys
Holy
are
fuck.
fucking great.
Holy shit! Marks!
Nothing of
I love it. I
Derek!
love it so much.
nothing of
Both
consequence
of you
happened
rocked
tonight.
so fucking hard!
Oh man,
Ah,
I've been
man.
tempting you with that as the ST for quite a little bit now, and
Oh, it was going to happen. It was going to happen without a doubt. Because that's her version of love. That's all she knows.
Oh my god.
that is all she knows. And that's all she wrote.
That
And
is
everybody
officially
thinks-
the second most unnerving scene I've experienced in this chronicle. Well done, Mox. You still have to take the title from CJ, but you managed to come into a solid second.
And people think that I'm the monster.
Man, the juxtaposition too with Yvette's family as well.
Oh, I love that.
I love it. It was so good.
Could you blame her to be tempted to hack you to pieces right then and there?
Oh, absolutely.
You could blame her?
She's former Cam. It's everything against what the Cam stands for. It's 100%
Yvette's got this
Sabat,
new
the
sword
enemy.
and wants to test it out.
Oh
You
my
guys don't know it, but CJ ended up posting the perfect gift for the Yvette scene. And that is very much what I was trying to end up showcasing.
Tokyo Ghoul.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the first thing that came to mind.
Yeah.
It was either that or trying to find the one where she was eating the stewart chicken or whatever that her Toko was eating the stewart chicken and kept punching herself in the stomach to keep it down.
Yep.
Mm.
That's very much in the same vein.
Mm-hmm.
You're fuck.
I'm not sure who that was directed to. I'm gonna put it in Pat.
Well,
I'm glad you guys liked it.
You guys are great. Pax is now one humanity less. She's at humanity 5.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Surprisingly, this was her humanity 6. So imagine what she's gonna be like as her humanity declines.
Yeah, eventually
The girl gonna go crazy.
Well, this is about to come full circle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Did you like my line, Derek?
I did. I just really wanted to end up going like, okay, I'm not gonna write Pax out. I can't do it. No. I gotta let the storyline play through. I'm not gonna cut Pax's story off there, but dear God, is it tempting?
Well, it does sound like there might be a little bit of coterie conflict going on between these two these two people from very
Just a
different
little bit.
backgrounds, which may or may not be an allegory to the greater war going on between the two families. The family of Baron Kane and the family of Don Hernandez. So, with that being said, Black Wolf, if you would be so kind as to do a 5-minute poll for our lovely, lovely cast, as they have done phenomenally in their performances today. So, thank you guys so much for that. On to stains.
No, there's no stains. So let's be real.
Pax has already suffered for the diablerie itself.
I have done
Alistair hadn't
nothing.
had it. I was about to say Alistair hadn't gotten the chance to get his stains yet. They're coming.
They're coming. Everybody's are coming.
Just wait, I'm gonna fucking put Pax into the wall. She's gonna be a piece of modern art when I'm done with her.
But Pax, I think there
That's
is
the
a
worst
conviction
part,
that
right?
you have that goes that you violated,
Yes.
going against your family.
Mm-hmm.
So you will take an additional stain for that.
But she did do it for her family. That's alright. I'll take a stain for that.
Take a stain for that and roll remorse. Let's see how much that actually hurts you. I don't think Yvette, Alistair, or Ophelia have stains currently.
I have been trying so hard to do everything as humanely and humanly as possible.
Thankfully, you don't drop any more, Pax. You're leveled out at level 5. They're part
Is
of
it
you.
wrong
was
that I
still
really wanted
family.
it to drop?
Oh, I kind of wanted it to drop too.
I'm not gonna lie. At that point, I wouldn't feel near as bad as what Yvette might have to do.
Velocity arrow, yes, you can spend your channel points to if you have that many to put as many votes as anywhere as you want. And yes, Ophelia is attempting to be a model citizen of the city of Austin. A person with a person with the moral compass, much like Yvette.
Oh, honey, you're in the wrong coterie.
I know.
Alistair,
If anything, it's starting to sound like the coterie at this point is split between Yvette and Ophelia and Alistair and Pax.
between the degenerates and the humane, yeah.
Ouch.
And it's so funny that, like, one of the humane ones is a freaking Samisi?
Well, she hasn't exactly gone down the
Not yet.
vicissitude route. As soon as she starts experimenting on people, we'll see how long she lasts.
I just haven't had a good opportunity, honestly. But she's got it. She can do it.
She's got vicissitude. She might be able to shapeshift herself, but other people.
No, I'm looking forward to it because if Yvette has pulled anything from the cam, it's warning of the beast.
Mm-hmm.
And if for some reason her and Baron Kane can get along and her and Ophelia can get along, then there's fucking hope for her because she doesn't have much here. But no, Pax is like, dear God, like I'm like, I was put into the position that Fat Guy was in, where it's like, how the fuck am I supposed to top this? Like, how am I supposed to follow this up?
I'm waiting for Pax to have her own taste of Glock moment.
Taste of Glock. Yep.
Problem with that is Pax is very careful.
And until it comes to, feeding on
When
vampires.
she loses her shit.
There was a very specific line, though, that Alistair crossed that Pax, at least is, I would like to think, is self-aware enough to do not cross this line.
Mm-hmm.
There is a line there. It has been very clearly drawn in the sand. It is, do not fuck with.
Yep. Do not fuck with family.
Do not fuck with her family, because that's hers. And she will absorb every last one of them.
But like the reason Pax is so aware of that line is because she's exactly the same.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Yep.
I still hold that Alistair's confused over the whole situation because he wasn't told it was a secret. Literally everybody knows it's a public engagement. How the fuck are you not supposed to be happy for them?
It's all good. It's all good. Well, this concludes episode 30, and Pax, you
Wait.
do get the audience favorite. So we do have the regular experience to dish out
Yes.
because that ran far longer than I had anticipated. But yeah, let's get on to the regular experience. And so, well, we get the one for each of you for showing up. So there's that. Participation awards. So
And I helped.
now we have some deliberation to do, if there's any deliberation at all, between who moved the plot, who had the best scene, and who had our best line for tonight. So, plot mover.
I want to throw that in Ophelia's direction.
I was gonna.
I'm
I
gonna
volunteer.
agree. I'm gonna agree on that one.
Okay.
Yay!
Okay, that's majority Ophelia.
I'm running on the Ophelia train.
We're on the Ophelia roller coaster right now. The best scene.
I actually want to throw that in Yvette's direction. For that beautiful scene at the end there that juxtaposed everything with Pax. Just her fighting off that feeding was just beautiful.
I was thinking the one in the car where she was giving Alistair the rundown on war.
I will make a point. Best scene goes to Pax because Pax had a lot of good lines that I wanted to use for best line, but I just have to go with the fact that overall it was just a very good set of scenes, and she set everything, like the scenario, up for Yvette's reaction. But a lot of the lines that I remember Pax said is, "I am what I was made to be. This was love. You're safe because I allow you to be safe." Bitch!
And here I
This
thought I
girl.
might be a contender for best line with "I'm young, you're out," because everybody laughed. But then Derek had to go with "If you want to know war, I will show you how to do it," or something
Yes,
along
best-
those lines.
Yep, my best line goes to Yvette for, "If it is war you wish to conduct, then I will show you it proper." That brought me out of everything and sent a chill down my back because it just like everything that Derek has been telling me about Yvette, her mentality, her upbringing, the thing that she fears most, and her warning to Ophelia. That struck right there. It just brick. So
I think we're still
that's-
working on the best scene. So,
My best scene is Pax.
I
have to-
say Yvette.
okay,
Yeah, I go Yvette.
it's majority Yvette. What you thinking, Derek?
Well, right now it's 2-1.
2-1. Yep, you could tie it up, or you could be greedy.
Putting aside the politics on how I could play this up.
Because there's always that.
And while Pax may have got a big XP boost right now, so I feel like I could easily justify it. I would put it to myself. I'm going to give it to Pax. I'm willing to roll it off. I'm going to tell you why. I refuse to take away what I think is handedly Pax's strongest scene.
I'm gonna give it to you both.
Shit.
For the love.
Yeah, honestly,
I'm gonna give it to you
hard.
both because
Both
fuck
you did
it.
good.
Because it was either going to tie it up, or it was going to get, or one of you was going to get the experience. And if we were gonna do a roll off, I'm not chancing that on a dice. I'm giving it to you.
After that scene.
Not after those scenes. Not after both of those scenes. God damn. I wanted both.
I can't in good conscience take that from you. I can't.
It's been
No.
building up. Literally, the
Yeah.
entire game, this moment has been building up.
Oh, yeah.
And that's kind of where I'm coming from.
I'm
Oops.
hoping though the bag thing was worth it.
It was. I was
Velocity
about to
arrows.
cry. I won't lie.
Velocity arrow. Be mindful of caps. Please do not do that.
I
Please do not do
wanted
caps.
you to just open the bag and there just be a golden light on your face, and we never know what was in it, and you just throw it away.
No.
Nah. This it needed.
If I do stuff like that, because I think we haven't had a real reminder recently on what Yvette's actual position is.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
I didn't want to steal it away with a whole scene with Dale and Chris, so that just felt like something that was worth it.
No, it was
Like
good.
she'd just be Chris would hand it to her and say, "Eat it on your lunch break." You know.
And what's that one rule of like filmmaking? Like, if you show a gun, it has to go off at some point, or like you
Chekhov's
basically, yeah, Chekhov's
Chekhov's
gun.
gun.
You had the Chekhov's gun of the whole episode.
And I had that planned like from the jump this episode. The fact that Pax chose to end up performing Diablerie this episode just made it so much more poignant.
It made it mean so much more that she is more willing to stomach Ash than stomach anything to do with Diablerie. Is telling of Yvette. I mean, she has conviction about that shit, and so, yeah. That's why I'm giving you both the best scene, because both of those scenes were top notch, and you both deserve it. So, best line.
I still stand on Yvette.
I will take that one. I will take that one because that's one of those moments that really does emphasize, and
It's
I
kind
like
of
the fact. Go ahead.
It's kind of building up to a bit of a climax where Yvette's gonna have to choose whether she takes charge or she doesn't. And I think that's going to be essentially leading up to a conclusion to this story. So, I don't know how many episodes, but the conclusion is around the corner soon. It looks like, based on what we had today, based on the climax that's approaching, and so,
Yeehaw.
yeah. Don't know how many left, but Austin by Starlight seems to be concluding within a few weeks. So,
I'm gonna give it 3 months.
yeah.
Because the last time
Last
it sounds like it's going to close here pretty soon. It dragged out for a while. So
Yeah,
I'm just going to presume it's going to drag out for a while and presume that.
I mean,
things will-
I'm following you guys in the direction that you go. So whatever direction you guys take, I mean, that's just based on what I think. What I'm saying here is that there is a big choice to make between everyone in this coterie. So,
So, throwing Yvette in for best line, because we kind of skipped over that.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm taking it.
Yep, Yvette's for best line. There you go. And then Pax, of course, got the audience favorite from tonight. And then thank you guys out in the audience so much for watching. We do appreciate every last one of you for this episode 30. And yeah, looks like things are kind of they got off to a slow start, but they're starting to roll down that hill, and we'll find out how much downward spiral is going to happen in this particular chronicle.
Everybody's chasing that wheel of cheese.
A little bit. They all want to bite.
If anybody knows what that reference is from.
I do not know, but I'm glad you enjoyed it, Velocity Arrow, because we, of course, enjoy presenting for all of you. And if you didn't know, We also have other streamers in this particular chat. That fat guy, Spectre Deflector, Moxiepox, and Yvette. Some of them stream, some of them don't. Uh, Derek does some art.
I do.
Shout yourself out, boy.
All right. So, when we end up going live, I am actually not going to be live tomorrow. For anybody wondering about the details, I would end up recommending that you end up taking a look at Rebirth, a D&D Tale tomorrow. We got something in the wings. But, that being said, I will be going back to regularly scheduled programming, where you can catch more Vampire the Masquerade, for San Jose by Night, a City of Glass, where we can end up watching me and Coffee Cat swap roles. Where I end up serving as the ST in that regard, and
Yes.
it's always a blast. I want to also.
I love to
end up
play Summer.
Yep, I'm going to be here running more VTM and BattleTech workshops on Mondays, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, and typically Thursday, I end up doing art 3 days a week, with the occasional stream going on. Now, that's not the only thing going. You see, there is a little bit of a makeup session going on, in case Fat Guy forgot. You see, we're going to be getting into, well, a killer race in Dead by Daylight, and I am incredibly out of practice. So, I get to end up going against the rest of the Chaos crew. That includes Raven, Panda, and CJ. Maybe a sprinkling of a few other odds and ends coming in. Chaos crew, after all, is not a stacked deck. We'll just say that much. But we're going to figure that out. And I got to give a shout out to a streamer who's not here. But I'm going to be involved with this coming, well, I believe it's my Friday, their Saturday. Mufushu. Now, for those who don't know, Coffee Cat here is a bit of a Pokemon enthusiast.
A bit.
And because of that, I kind of got roped in to get my battle on. Now, I have been lifting weights. I have been taking my vitamins. I have been doing the EV and training. I have been breeding so much that I had got sick of eating eggs in the morning. Okay?
Montage.
At this point, I have prepared everything I can to end up going for my first real battle against Mufushu, the wonderful toxic cinnamon roll who manages to self-harm because of the inability to catch a Chansey, who managed to end up telling me that or annihilate, the way to use him is by fisting, and, well, things have just gotten out of complete control. So, I get to end up fighting her in the near future, so stay tuned, as that is going to end up happening. So I got a busy week ahead of me.
Oh, yes. CJ, you got any streams planned fairly
Well,
soon?
aside from I have to play in this killer race as the twins because of some pain in the ass that picked it for me.
Well, you picked Clown for him.
Well, Clown is at least a challenge, but he's not difficult. Twins, I need a slide ruler and like whatever that thing is that you look at the stars to figure out trajectory with a boat to try to land a shot.
Don't forget the abacus. Everybody forgets the abacus.
Yes. Slide, click, click.
Oh, okay. Raven was the one who picked.
Yeah. we rolled off and we each got to pick for each other.
Oh, okay.
In a round robin thing.
Okay. So Raven picked for Mother, Panda picked for Raven.
I picked for Derek.
You picked for Derek, and Derek
picked for Panda.
Derek picked for Panda. Great, fantastic. Well, take it. They're going to fake squad stream it so that you all could actually watch all four of their perspectives using whatever perspective app that they use. Because affiliates don't get Twitch squad stream, which is sad. That's dumb. But you can catch their squad stream when they go live. That's this Friday, right?
Yes.
So this
and then
Friday.
next month we will be taking a break because we've just been doing them so often
Mm.
that we just need a little recharge time,
Yeah, do some
and we don't
personal
want to.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to do too much of a good thing.
Yeah, do
But
some personal streams. Yeah,
yeah,
do some other things. Well, Spectre.
you probably will catch me and Raven throughout the week, doing some Mech Warrior Online as well,
Yeah,
because
multi Twitch. Their squad stream app is apparently called multi Twitch. So just be on the lookout on their Discords. They will probably have posting on my Discord and on Derek's Discord. So
yeah, we
whichever ones
always
you're a
pin a
part of,
link.
there's going to be a link to the multi stream as well as to their individual streams, so you can sync them all up together if you wanted to. So, but that does it for CJ. Spectre, do you occasionally have a thing that you like to do?
Well, I kind of go on and off when it comes to the streaming thing, but for the most part right now, I am... hi, my name's Spectre Deflector. I do community commissions. I mostly like to do character art, between like D&D, Pathfinder. Recently I've gotten into Dark Heresy, but I don't know how well I am at drawing a Space Marine.
Hey,
Space Marine,
Space Marines is just
Space Marine.
oversized armor. Just give it that.
brother.
I'm figuring out armor.
Yes, basically Mega Man.
I
Bigger
This
the
heresy
programs,
needs
not
the
us.
heavy
guess,
flavor.
I guess. And I also draw a lot of vampires. You will find me here in Coffee's Discord for the most part. I am a player for both this game, Austin by Starlight, as well as Rebirth on Thursday nights.
Yes.
And in Rebirth, I play Rune, our wonderful Warforged, who may or may not be very excited for the upcoming session.
Yes. Yes, because there's going to be a gala with nobility. So much nobility.
A ball! We're going to a ball!
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
And pretty soon I got something else that's going to be in the works and will be available to the community shortly in the form of perhaps, maybe, a podcast. We will see.
Ooh, Schwanky. I like the sound of that. Well, you'll have to post promotion links in the Discord when you post those kinds of things, because we love our fellow streamers / podcasters / YouTubers / whatever the heck you are. Because we're all kind of small around here, and we'd like to show each other a little bit of love. So, Velocity is continuing his sub. Thank you.
Yeehaw!
Hell yeah.
Appreciate the support.
Yes. Thank you guys again for all of the follows and subscriptions and gift subs and everything else that's been going in today. We're 20 followers away from 500, and I'm going to do a something stream. We'll find out. Probably a mix of gaming, art, and whatever else. Maybe do a one-shot, ? We'll have to find out. I'll have to put something together for that, because that's coming up pretty soon. So if you know of 20 people that you think would enjoy this content, share the link. Share and post everywhere, and all of the Discords that I'm not in, just be showing them what it is we do around here, because we, like Spectre said, do Vampire the Masquerade on Wednesdays at 10 o'clock p.m. Central Time, most of the time, and Rebirth on Thursdays at 7 p.m. Central Time, live here on Twitch. Now, if you're on YouTube and you randomly found us, thank you so much for watching, and if you haven't subscribed, hit that subscribe button, because that also does a lot to support us. We all have hit 100 subscribers, so we're really only just looking to get the follower goal on Twitch, and I'll do that whatever the fuck stream. And so definitely check that out. If you're not subscribed to my YouTube, just go over there. I post all the VODs for Rebirth and for Austin there, usually the same week, but I'm always behind. I'm a forgetful bitch. But eventually they'll be up there for free. But if you want to watch live, the best place to be is here on Twitch. And so do all of that. With all of that being said, from the lovely players that I have in the weird city of Austin, say goodnight, everybody.
Good night.
I am young and virile.
I'm gonna
Good
have
night.
my family with me forever.
And ever.
And
And
ever.
ever.
And
Somebody out, let me out, let me out, let me out.
Good night, everybody.